I don't like
early,
Mr. I'm able to say you know trust you, right? But we say
You
you lost your confidence, you
early.
know. I
you
will always
better
have confidence in you.
you
Even
better
when I don't have confidence in you, I will still trust you.
you better on me. I not trust myself sometimes. Let's go. Uh,
Yeah.
Okay, sir. Let's do
yeah,
it
am
then
I?
Mr.
if
Galino
you want to do
Jose.
it.
Then why am I
No
dropping you?
problem.
Mm.
Mr. Chairman?
4321. Wait for so I see why I said it. We on?
No man, you're gonna clear.
Oh,
You're
oh,
gonna
oh.
clear. You're gonna clear.
Wednesday
I
evening
think he's still
again.
there.
Wednesday evening we're here. Wednesday from the Jewel. Obviously we're on, Mr. Brackett. So between me and you,
Yes, sir.
till see if the other guys come in today. We know that Thanksgiving Eve. Happy Thanksgiving, by the way. I don't know if you
Thank you very much,
celebrate.
sir.
Do
Same to
you
you.
do you
Wish you
celebrate
the best as
Thanksgiving?
well.
Do you
Well,
celebrate
I'll be
Thanksgiving?
honest with you, like I always try to do, no? And I tell you, as far as I'm concerned, when it comes to holidays and birthdays and things like those, sometimes I remember when my one birthday that my kids and they remind me of my birthday, you know? That's why I roll. I mean, I got so much on my plate that I really can't deal with the extra things and that effectively.
But,
And
but, but really,
even though I'm
really,
not hard up, right? I mean, I enjoy
really,
birthdays, I enjoy holidays,
really,
I enjoy everything, but
really,
uh,
my boy, really, how hard, how full up can you be that you don't take a minute for having fun in a life? How busy can you
I'm not
be?
saying that. I did not imply that. Remember,
You
no what I said.
implied, you implied that your plate all
No,
full,
no, no. I tell you, I know. I
you
tell
don't even
you,
got time to
I tell
celebrate
you
your
what.
own birthday. That way I
What?
say. You don't even got time to
I never said
celebrate
no,
your
no,
own
no. See,
birthday.
you're going back. You put on trip wire for me right there again. I never say I don't have time to celebrate my birthday. I said even when sometimes my one birthday come around and I don't even recognize or remember it or have the time to be bothered with it.
You don't have the
Sometimes weeks
time.
after I celebrate my birthday,
You don't have the
right?
time.
But the
How
point is,
busy
I do
can you
celebrate
be?
my birthdays and I do
But
celebrate other people's birthday. I
aren't
enjoy the
you
time
telling me?
with everybody. I'm
Aren't
not
you
an
saying to
antisocial
me?
man.
Aren't you saying to me that you don't have the time? That any way to tell me?
Mr. Chairman, the way you put it is like I'm an antisocial person. I don't care to be bothered with other people, and
No,
that's not my
no,
case. I'm just
no,
telling you that
no,
the pressures that
no.
I deal with on a day-to-day basis,
This the way I
you
said.
know,
That the way to talk,
some of
man.
these things don't come on my horizon until sometime after the
That
fact.
that is what I am talking about, Mr. Brackett. That you can be so
Yes,
damn
sir.
busy that you can't even take a minute to celebrate your own birthday or the
No,
other.
you see, you're gone again. You repeat the
Gone way,
same
gone way,
thing.
gone way. This and you did you not tell me you
You
don't
know, see
got
my, you
time?
know, see my birthday celebration
Hold on,
postings and
hold
things
on,
like that.
hold on, hold
Why
on.
not say that?
Hold on. Make we communicate, no man. Make we communicate. Did
Yes,
you
sir.
not say you don't have the time for these things? Did you not say that?
The way you put it, the way you put it, that's not what I imply or intimate. And I'm
Did
hoping
you
that
not use? Did you not use those exact words? You
Remember
don't
why?
got the time.
Remember why me and you are always getting
Uh, uh, no man, because you
extraneous
don't answer.
arguments on the side
Because, but you don't answer questions, man. That was simple question.
because you
You
want a yes
said
and
it.
no answer. You know what? The information for which with which you can
Sometimes
make a clear decision and understanding.
what information and quantify and qualify, and at the end of the day, that was simple thing. Did you or
Come down to
did
the
you not
same thing,
say it?
no?
That is the same thing. Anyway,
I repeat myself for good
okay.
measure.
Do
Hopefully
you
not to be
celebrate?
misunderstood.
But I can't.
Wait.
But you never
Give me
make
the
a man
chance, sir.
talk,
Sir.
man.
Oh,
Talk
okay,
chance for
okay,
what?
sorry.
You to talk from the
Go ahead.
beginning.
I'll
You
try
don't
it.
stop yet,
I'll
and you
answer the
keep on the
questions
other
to you that
Ali
have been
thing,
done
and you
pose, the
keep on,
previous question.
and you keep on the other Ali thing to thing. Never. And then I say,
Okay,
and then
okay.
what?
Go
And
ahead.
then what I say? I mean,
You're,
that,
you're the chairman and you have control of the field so far. Sorry for
no,
stepping in
no,
on your
no,
toes.
no, no, no. Let's see why I got control of that. I'm just, appoint me as my chairman here. Give me and shove this job by me, and I'm trying to see what I can do. Now, do
Okay, sir.
you do you celebrate Thanksgiving?
I do.
Good. All right. Well, all right. Happy Thanksgiving to you then.
I, they also said many returns to you, and I wish you the best, and God bless you. And Thanksgiving is not only just an American thing, you understand the part too, right, sir? It's a
Well,
Belizean thing. It's a worldwide thing, right? We all give thanks in different ways for different reasons.
you're talking to somebody who has been lobbying for years for us to
Uh-huh.
celebrate Thanksgiving in Belize because it comes at the end of the hurricane season.
right?
See?
And for that reason, we damn well should be very thankful. I mean, especially after we just escaped by the skin of our teeth the other day.
If
I don't
only
know. I
for
mean,
that.
that's
If only for that reason.
yes, sir.
If only for that, but so certainly for many more reasons. Because life
Oh,
itself,
yeah.
I just attended a funeral for a lady today, and the way people are falling, boy, that like every minute somebody dead, and you're afraid for ask for somebody because first thing you hear, boy, you know that man dead last month, and like yeah, really. So I mean, we have to celebrate life because any given minute your name could be called. I don't care how much money you got, what kind of physical condition you're in. No care how your name or kind of famous you are. Look at Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant was famous and rich. And like the next minute he's not with us, then him talk about that again. You're watching the World Cup? You
This
like
only piece I get to see today.
yeah. Which game you watch?
I think it was Belgium and Canada.
All right. Yeah. I watched Spain and Costa Rica.
Yeah, I like that one.
Put a spanking on Costa Rica, boy, tough. I don't think we got a team in no, cause we never make the qualifying match. So, hey,
Our general is there.
There goes the neighborhood. There goes the neighborhood, Bracket.
No, there goes the general and the cavalry to the rescue.
Yeah.
Good night, Mr. Marvin.
Good guy now, Marvin. How are you, sir?
Not bad at all, gentlemen.
As always, a pleasure to see you, sir. We're here. We're going to talk about one thing to the other.
And happy Thanksgiving too.
Happy Thanksgiving to you.
Oh, great.
Do you celebrate Thanksgiving? Judge?
In principle, I am with the natives, indigenous people, but in practice, I want a turkey leg.
But you don't answer the man question, Mr. Marvin. And do like I play the chairman, but you don't answer the questions, sir.
So I have to plead the sixth.
Nobody answers questions anymore, my boy. Everybody got one cold-fat, half-dead cold-fat story for you. So I kind of have to get used to that. I'm going to have to adjust.
Mr. Chairman, can I solve that riddle for you, sir? Quickly?
Which one?
Couple seconds at the most.
What
happens is that why people that give me fat has excuses, right? Is that they're hoping that by giving information you'll be able to make up your own mind rather than for them to tell you how to make up your mind or what to think or how to think or what to finalize on, you know? Instead of giving you ready-made thoughts. I provide you with information and then you use your own analytical and capabilities to be able to rationalize and decide, you know what, this is a bull crap. I left that low and pass on to the next thing. Or maybe say, okay, well, it's all right, I could accept that. But if they just tell you yes or no, sir, it's very misleading sometimes.
Yeah, the other one misleading, not the yes and no. That's straightforward. But when you come with a whole lot of qualifying effects there.
But just saying, they beat me up, sir, if you try to explain to you what is it I was trying to say, because you was trying to say it in your own way, which was different than what I was saying, or intimating differently. No. And therefore, I had to cease and desist my effort, because, I mean, you was within your rights to give me a backhand there once in a while, because I mean, they tell you one thing and then actually not finish the whole story. You wasn't able to get the whole of what I was trying to say.
Right now, I can't get a whole of what I say, but when I left that alone, we're going forward. Georgie, we're going on with the leader of the opposition. Where that story with Shine, what do you think about that?
Well, I have to plead innocence because I have to beg forgiveness because I don't stay current with local news. So I don't know if something has happened recently with Shine. It's more that I haven't heard or seen anything of him on Facebook/social media of recent. So if there's been some recent occurrences, then
Make a fill you in. He was on the news. You saw it, Leonard, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. He formed a seven person committee. No, they don't Commissioner Spadata, because I really want to get your view on this, Leonard, because we know you're a John Saldivar man. But what what Shine did was to form a 7-member committee to look into exactly what it is that John Saldivar did to make the State Department ban him from the US of A. And he's saying, like many Belizeans are saying, and I think George might have said this before, that we would like to know exactly what happened, whether the particulars of this case, because maybe he needs to be prosecuted locally too. You have a problem with that, Leonard?
Yes, I do, sir.
Why?
Because everything that is being mentioned in the State Department's I don't know exactly how to classify it or call it, because
a press release, whatever. Yeah.
let's call it a press release. Then.
It was a release. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. In the State Department press release, everything that is noted in there is all history to Belize and Belizeans. Other than the fact that they are claiming that they have information, which I think in the last show I pointed out to you, gentlemen, that we will never gain access to, or the Belize government is not powerful enough to be able to make a fair enough trade-off to the US to acquire that information for Belize's purpose of wanting to maybe prosecute the man. For all intents and purposes, everything that has been done to Mr. Saldivar, based on everything that we had known before, amounts to a punishment and or other than just a banishment from politics, which is what the whole of this release comes down to as far as Mr. Shine is concerned. That if they can put this committee together and this committee can come up with some information from wherever they acquire it to prove that Mr. Saldivar did committed the alleged crimes, and the way it was exposed and were it to be different than anything that we here in Belize are aware of, then we would say, okay, well, the man is due for some prosecution because this is new evidence and blah, 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 whatever. But you can't prosecute the man without evidence, or you can on the basis of allegation, regardless of who makes the allegation. But you can destroy the man's political career, which is what I know is at the bottom of this to start with, not only locally, internationally, but in many other aspects. I think I pointed out to the panel last week about potential motives.
Yeah.
You know? In other words, there's no need for the US to be gratuitous in dealing with Mr. Saldivar. The man is too much of a small sprat in the ocean, you know, in terms of US issues. So, and we have people who had sold bucket full of passports and facilitated other people. One thing
at a time. You cannot justify no wrong by any one person by another person's wrongdoing.
I did not imply that, sir.
Yes, you did. You're saying
I did not. I'm saying that the US.
Let me repeat it.
General, wait, Mr. Chairman, please.
What? But you talk for the last half hour, man.
Please.
Let me repeat
to you what you said. You put out a sore thumb out there, and you need to give me a chance to deal with it.
No,
please.
You
be
said,
magnanimous
sir,
for a change.
You said, sir, that people sell bucket full of passports and they're not doing nothing. I'm saying to you,
the US has never criticized any of those persons. We have ministers who are involved, who get up on the stand there and during the Senate.
How does that relate? How does that relate to this particular incident? What is the connection?
They broke US laws according to the US. According to the release, the man has done things contrary to the US.
Yes, and what are you saying? Really?
Why are they coming down on him? Because he wants to revive his political career, and they did not come down on any of the POS people that did worse crimes than him. That's all I'm trying to say.
My boy,
that's my point. I don't know.
You know how many people break the laws? Only the ones get caught. That's all. I know that you can't say, oh, how this one do this and get away, and this one never get away. If you get catch, you get catch. The man actually got caught.
But the man got convicted of no crime. No judge has ruled on any of the man's case that was put here in this country. Neither local or international. There's no international judge that has ruled on Mr. Saldivar as a criminal. He was alleged to have associated with criminals.
Make somebody else talk, no man. Make somebody else talk.
And he never tell the man to commit the crime and bring the money to him.
Do you know how mmany times allegations have swirled around this man's name. Don't you think that goes somewhere
I
as
have
far as
the whole
a
archive on the whole history, all of those things. I have
everything?
archive on the man before he became a politician, but when he was at DFC and even before then.
How about all the stuff with Said Musa and
All of that.
Ashraf and other people?
You
So
never hear about that at all from the US or from any other agency. In fact, we never hear about from it. We hear from it from our local courts when they took them to court, right?
that's not the point I'm making, man. That's not.
But they were not convicted. The court in the Caribbean court said the man was had dealt with some matters to the point where they classified as I forget what the word that they used, but it was like cancerous, And the US never jump and say, well, you know what, Abali, he actually totally out of order, out of bounds, right? Let's sanction him. Because it wasn't relevant to the US and the US prerogatives. It wasn't that important. Belize, as a whole entity, is not that important.
Anyway, Judge,
Yes.
the man appoint a seven-person committee to look into it, and in his words, he wants to see if something wrong was done or if they're unfairly criticizing the man. Then you got the guy who was supposed to be the legal advisor, Pereira, who says, you know what, me don't want to be a part of that, because me don't really want I don't want to go against the State Department.
Why should anyone blame him?
Why should anyone blame who?
Mr. Pereira.
Why?
For wanting to...
Hold on. You ask a question. Can I answer it, man? You ask a question, man. Why? Because you want to know if wrong was done. You want to know if something wrong was done. Simple. Would you
That's not Mr. Pereira's position, though. You asked the question about why did
he
Mr.
was
Pereira
a member
step aside.
He's a member of the 7-man team.
Right.
As
a legal advisor to the party.
Yes, to investigate whether the man did wrong or not. And he steps down because he don't want to find out if the man did wrong.
And in the context of Belize affairs or politics, he as a legal advisor to the UDP, and the UDP being one of the mass party, he should have held his own, but he cannot hold his own against allegations coming down from the State Department, because otherwise he might himself get banned from going to the US. That is the predicament that the man is refusing to get himself involved with. Not that he wouldn't probably want to do his job, but the thing is much bigger than him.
Has he done something wrong that he has to worry about being banned from the States also? By just going to the State Department and saying,
"Sir, whenever you double in anything what the US don't make a ruling pan,
can I finish?
You're going contrary to your objectives or intent.
May I finish my point?
Gotta be careful there. Yes, sir. Sorry. I talk over here again and misconduct myself, but.
So, Chairman,
you're a regular.
I'm waiting for my turn to sound off.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
I think in principle, Shine is worthy of major accolade and praise for basically, based on what you're saying, for basically saying, I will not, as a Shine, pronounce on Mr. Saldiva's guilt or innocence or some other position in relation to the US's press release. Mm-hmm. I think that Shine is basically saying that we want to mount a fact-finding process to basically discover what the facts are.
Sure.
Whether they would lead to some position of merit or demerit, as in, yes, Saldiva did some act that was either illegal or immoral. I think is a good path to tread. Basically, Shine is saying that due process has to happen before I, Shine, and the UDP make a decision on Mr. Saldiva. What I find strange is my colleague, Mr. Brackett, basically saying or insinuating that Shine may be of a mind to use this as an excuse to basically doing Mr. Saldiva. And I'm saying that I find it strange because in terms of the recent developments within the party, it seems to me that when there was a march very recently from on Cemetery Road, G-Mike, by the UDP. Basically, that march was headed by Saldiva when they walked from the Han to Pongyard Bridge. And so it seems to me that all was hunky-dory between Shine and Mr. Saldiva. I did not see them as adversary. Who I saw as adversary? Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chair.
No. This is the point that the news was making. Jules Vasquez actually was making the point that it is a bold move on Shine's part because Saldiva and his camp are close allies to the Dean Barrow camp. And
right.
I find interesting and commendable is that Shine is actually saying, listen, let's just find out where we're going, and even if they're me later on, let us put in place the infrastructure to find out what people do when they're accused of something like this. In particular, public officials have to be held under scrutiny, man. And my problem with Saldiva, and get back to something that you said, that your integrity must be above any kind of question, no?
Yes.
In fact, you're representing me. You are a representative of our country. That you are saying that we are saying that you are who we are. Then, now, if something happens, I think we should find out. And if Shine is saying this, he's setting a precedent that might come back later and even bite him in his butt.
No, but you see, there are principles involved, Mr. Chair, and you're absolutely right that this is not so much about Saldiva and Mr. Shine as much as it is about the institution of the party and the country. Whether or not Shine gets in the crossfire at some point or in the crosshairs at some point is immaterial.
Right.
Shine is basically, I think, under advisement, basically saying, I want to find out what has happened if somebody violates the principles of the party and the laws of the lease, and he's absolutely right. And for that, I say that he should be commended. It seems to me that he's taking advice, including possibly legal advice, because everybody wants to everybody at this point. Yeah. And I think that if he's taking advice from his father, who, from all accounts, is a kind of brilliant mind legally, I think that he can't go wrong. What I find is that when the U.S. does something, if I was in a position to basically apportion some accolade on a country, I would be thanking the U.S. copiously to point out to us that there's something that has happened that violates the U.S.'s principles. And I'm saying that because I did mention last week that there was a point There was a point where the former prime minister, when the Lev Derman issue took on a life of its own, who basically said, if I find anybody to be remotely involved in anything that runs amiss of the laws of beliefs, I will raise hell with my machete, which was obviously either a paper match machete or an extremely dull machete. And so I am saying this because we know that there was sufficient cause to investigate Mr. Saldiva. But under the structure that we have, there's a structural problem. There's a political problem, first of all, back then, because the former prime minister cannot investigate one of his own. What he did was he removed him from a ministerial position and said, hold on, I'll leave it. I am saying that the structure as is does not permit functionally a minister of police to be investigated by the police department. And so, as far as I am concerned, Mr. Saldiva got a pass. He got a pass. If you may play Monopoly and say he got a pass out of jail. And that pass is based on the fact that he was not investigated by the local authorities. 2 years after the fact, the U.S. Embassy is basically saying And they are probably doing this because at the point that Mr. Saldivar was a sitting member of the House of Representatives, we know that that would not have gone anywhere. But now I guess the US is basically saying there's a new sheriff in town, and his name is Mr. Johnny Briceño. And so we are now ready to release, we are now ready to pronounce on the fact that Mr. Saldivar is in effect persona non grata. And in that regard, he cannot, his visa to the United States will be withdrawn. It's a sanction. And it's a sanction that I would like to thank the State Department. I want to shake somebody.
Is he a minister of the government, of the current government?
He was, and that is why I'm saying that the
No. Wait. My question was specific. Is he a minister of the present government led by Mr. Briceño?
No, he's not.
Okay.
And your point is?
My point is that just as how now they could have brought that information forward to a different government in power, they could have brought that information forward after the Les Dermot case was finished and Les Dermot was declared as being culpable or convicted.
But Mr.
From way back then, that information could have been made available to the UDP.
No,
and without that information, the UDP leader then still decided to sanction Mr. Saldivar in 3 different ways. 1, removal from cabinet. 2, took away his
leadership.
His
took away his leadership
position, because it was it not for Mr. Barrow. Well, anyhow, no, that's going to create a different conversation. But that's 2. And then there's a third one.
I think that you are getting a simple principle mixed up, Mr. Brackett. And it is the fact that I don't think that the US has any confidence in proffering any information in relation to an official of a government that is sitting, and that is the point that I was making, that the timing of the US's intervention coincides with when Mr. Saldivar is not a member of the House of Representatives.
Mr. Saldivar is trying to resurrect his political career, sir. For general information for those who will not know, may not know.
That is his problem. I think that the United States, I think that we owe the United States some gratitude in terms of basically saying,
I'm 100% along with you on that.
Based on what you're saying, Mr. Brackett, this is a man who wants to resurrect his career. This is what you're saying, and the U.S. government is basically saying, I don't even care what Mr. Saldivar does. I am telling you, as a former official, he did some transgressions in relation to immigration that does not sit well with us, and he could have done it previous to with the previous administration, but that would have gone nowhere.
That is how you line up the dots, sir.
That would have gone nowhere.
That is how you line up the dots to conclude.
And that is why Mr. Saldivar, every time you touch bases with him, he's singing the same song that you are singing. But I am not convicted in a court of law.
Please, give me a second, though, for a second. To both you and the chairman, as well as everybody else who have heard this program before last week and subsequent to then, until now, tonight again, I want it to be known that I'm not any Mr. Saldivar's savior, campaign worker, or defender.
Well, I'm glad you said that, because I
want to clear that up. The fact that I argue vociferously about specific technicalities in the processes is not because I'm in favor of any one person or the other. My argument or my contention is about the gratuitousness of something that, I'm busy right now, baby. You can't come. No, I cannot deal with you right now. There's 1 second, sir. No, you gotta go.
Get it built, my boy. Get it built. Look here. No.
Yeah. I'm just saying that Mr. Saldivar is such an insignificant issue. Not even being elected right now, much less being a member of Congress and or being a cabinet member or anybody of significance in the country as of right now, other than wanting to resurrect his political career. And there seemed to be, within the hierarchy of the UDP and in this country, a possibility that he could have achieved that without having been hamstrung with a gratuitous labeling for something that in Belize.
You really think that Saldivar had an opportunity to resurrect?
I'm telling you, he did.
And you think he still does, don't you?
I'm telling you, he did.
You
Well,
think you
after this particular issue right now, believe me, and the present status of the UDP as of right now, I'm telling you, the UDP cannot come up with 16 seats to constitute the next government of this country
not right
anytime
now?
soon,
That's no
except for
surprise
maybe
to
some
me.
miracle,
That's no surprise
divine
to me.
providence.
No, that's no surprise to me. I think that the UDP have been such poor stewards that as you are saying, they probably can't come up with 16 viable candidates. But that is beside the point.
No, I mean 16 wins.
The point is
Not viable candidates. I said 16 wins.
I am
that will
not
allow
even
them.
worried. I am not even worried
matter.
about the prospect of the UDP's winning.
Uh-huh.
My concern is that we should not have anybody in the House of Representatives whose character can and shall be called into question. And this is what the U.S. is
There goes Mr. Shine.
The U.S. is basically saying that we have come to a judgment where this individual should not hold a visa that allows him to enter the United States.
There goes Amendment 11 of the Constitution of Belize, then, sir.
Yes, but that is a red flag. Now we know what has happened to Mr. Shine, and I have said that if it was left to me on a moral ground, Mr. Shine should not even have qualified to run for political office. But that is the nuances of the political system that we have. It's a system that is fraught with what I would call selective amnesia. People will prosecute you when they want to, and when they don't choose to, they won't. I thought that the opposition would have made a greater fuss over Shine basically running. But they basically just paid some lip service to the fact that Mr. Shine...
the UDP would have been in a much better political stead.
That's not
fair. They gone ahead and allow
that's not fair, George. That's not fair,
continue on in the party.
That's not
even
fair.
if just temporarily.
Bracket. That's not fair, Marvin.
What is not fair?
Because
what is not fair?
The PUP actually went to the House with a bill to try to prevent Shine from running for
Amendment
office.
11, sir.
So
yes. Big discussion with one of our elites here in the country over that same issue and the constitutionality of it. It was just a gratuitous effort on their part as well, because it wouldn't have gone anywhere.
That was lip service, Mr. Mike. You know why I'm saying that, Mr. Mike? Because the PUPs would have challenged Shine's ambition to run in court, and not only on the political stage, if they really wanted to.
Based on what, though?
Well, they did to a certain extent. Okay, well, but they got a lot of blowback. They got major blowback, and so they left it alone.
The law, Mr. Mike, as I understood it, basically said that if you are a convict, then you should not offer yourself in a political theater. But
you should not be considered.
I think that the point was being made that, well, I never in the British Commonwealth.
Correct.
And I never so that believes that he got. But you see that
it doesn't matter. The issue was one of character.
Perhaps that could be challenged.
I don't know, because they tried to, and that was what the amendment was about, as far as I understood.
Amendment 11
was to make it anywhere that whatever misdeed happened anywhere in the world, they could hold that, they could apply that to that section.
Yeah.
So, but they tried. A second part of that, though, is that one has to question whether a man went to jail for 10 years. He did his penance, if you will. He paid his cost to society. Is there anything about, can we give anybody a second chance as such? Do you know how many people have done wrong and have come back?
A question on that last statement, Mr. Chairman, a question?
Yeah.
Does paying penance or paying his dues, which he did, or anybody, I mean any criminal.
Right.
Does a criminal, having paid his dues to society, expunge the crime or the criminal conduct, or take away his conviction?
Well, I would
If
think
he's convicted, of course, right?
yeah, he
You
convicted
have to deal with the technical part of it too.
yes, if he convicted and he pays whatever penalty is assessed to him, whether it be
So the crime
monetary.
wasn't committed then. He's back
That I'm
to
not
being a
saying
whole
that.
person.
I'm not saying that. Have you never done anything that you would want to be forgiven for?
We all
But
have
There
things
you
in our
go.
closet that
There you go.
what you'd wish to be forgiven for.
but
I mean, that's
Mr.
just
Brackett,
it's a human
Mr. Brackett,
fate. Yes, sir.
as
I'm
a
listening. Mr.
as a as a somebody who subscribes to a sort of Christian ethic myself, I think that the point made by by the chairman is one well made, that a cornerstone of Jesus's mission was love and forgiveness. And what we have enshrined in law are really principles that relate to the Christian ethic.
Come directly
And so-
from it.
And so I believe that if
You love and you forgive,
Shine- hold on,
but you don't
Mr.
put the person
Shine-
in the same situation for making them repeat the same error.
but I don't know where that qualifier would come from in terms of the principles of the Bible. I'm simply saying that
I could tell you.
if you
Listen to
forgive,
the ask it, I mean, I could
that
tell
means
you.
that people have second
I'm not going to
chances.
shy from it.
So you can't, I mean, I do not embrace your narrative that if you are forgiven, then you shouldn't be given a second chance and maybe go down the same road. That means you're not really forgiven. I am saying that the law as is basically said that if Mr. Shine, the law in Belize basically said that if Mr. Shine had committed and been convicted of a crime in Belize, even if he got in jail, then he should not be qualified to run. I don't think that that's a just law. I believe that the law should be dynamic, and along the
You're
line that
You're
G.
correct.
Mike is basically maybe insinuating,
It-
I believe that the law should reflect the modes of society, which changes over time. And I believe that Mr. Shine should be given a second chance. But until and unless
I'm not
the
saying
law
that he
is
shouldn't.
then he should stick with the letter of the law. I believe Mr.
I'm
Shine
not.
should be given a
I
second
hope I didn't.
chance.
I didn't let
But we
anybody
need to
off with the
change
idea
law.
that I'm advocating that he shouldn't be given a
Leonard,
second chance. Because that
Leonard.
wouldn't be fair either.
Leonard,
sir.
Leonard,
Yes, Mr.
can I
Chairman,
ask you a
I'm listening.
question? Do you have
Sir.
do you have earphones on? Can you
Yes,
hear
sir.
when-
I do. Two of them.
But then
Yeah.
when we're speaking, how come you always interrupt though? We try to let you speak though, man. Make we have, because the Roberts rules that which we started the program on is specific onto things like this. We could sing together, but we can't talk together. And if a person is speaking, I think we should give them the courtesy to finish their point at least, unless they're going excessively overboard like you do sometimes and keep annotation. Maybe we should just respect each other's right to have to express a point, man. And do you agree with me?
100%. So just that at some points during the delivery or the speech or discussion, there are salient points that arise and could be contextualized for wider or better understanding. And sometimes I tend to want to interject to add to a point that a person may have just stipulated, to reinforce it and or to derogate from it,
Bearing in mind that we
or to give a
all
different
have.
view.
See, you see again, that lastly part is unnecessary, man. You say a point. The first thing I learned in public speaking, say what you have to say and shut up. Just say what you have to say and shut up. Because anything after that, the other person also has a right to say what they need to say. So I'm just saying, you need to understand that we also at times see here, while you are speaking, have things that we'd like to expound upon. But we believe that we need to give you a chance to finish your point. That's all I'm saying, and I hope you
But
understand.
Mr. Chairman, you do, sir. With all due respect, you do. And this is to be lauded. That, I mean, the whatever discussion we're having of any particular point at any given time that we're focusing on can be expounded or expanded. I mean, one mind is not the universe,
Yes.
So other people's ideas and input can be very much applicable and helpful to expand and or to clarify, especially when you're dealing with esoteric issues or very strategic or important issues,
Make the point, man. Yeah. All right.
Well,
yeah, Judge.
Yeah, Mr. Chair. If the goal of this subject of the U.S. and Mr. Saldivar is to basically elicit from us how we feel within the context of perhaps affecting public policy going forward. I would say that this issue is not even so much about Mr. Saldivar as much as it is about the public interest. And the public interest is one that basically says, in law and principle, that those whom are representing us or who seek to represent us should be men and women of sterling character. And this is why we assign the term honorable to them.
Amen.
I was making the point that in the case of the gentleman Saldivar, I believe that there is sufficient information for the authorities at the highest political level, for the Prime Minister, to basically convene some process of discovery. Not because Mr. Saldivar's career matters to him or to me or to the country, but because the Prime Minister owes the nation an explanation that basically goes, anybody who sits in this house should not only be honorable in principle, but in practice. And so to that end, I believe that the United States was fully in its right to do what is in the U.S.'s interest. I am saying that one of the outputs of what the U.S. has done is to basically present to Belize the potential for us to garner the information that would help us to act in Belize's national interest. And that is for not only the government, but in the case of Her Majesty's loyal opposition, for Mr. Shine-Barrow, who I think it's a brilliant move to basically say, yes, we don't want to jump to no conclusion about Mr. Saldivar, the gentleman in question. What we want is to convene a process that is fair to him, is fair to us, and is fair to the party. And I think that is very commendable. I believe personally, I believe that we should have been at a stage where we need to pay keen attention to the value of UNCAC. And UNCAC basically says that we don't have to go beyond paying lip service to the issue of being honest and upright. And so in that context, I want to say that our judgment to Mr. Saldivar should be to say, man, listen, we want to move on to legislating in detail moral, ethical, and legal behavior. We should be to the United States.
And it's not about him. Let me say it. Let me first invite Gregory to the show. Hi, Greg. Good evening. Yeah, but then let me go back to that, George, because I believe, like you, that it was a good move by Shine to establish such a committee to look into this. But I think it should be bipartisan. I think the present PUP should demand that they have representation on same committee so that we really find out for sure in an objective way with no bias and malice toward none what exactly transpired here. Why did the State Department issue this? Why did the U.S. make such a commitment to not allow Saldivar nor his family, which I mean that wide reaching. That is not just you then. Nobody concern you, which kind of seems to imply that something really serious happened here. And I think we ought to know. And Leonard, whether you like the man or not, whether you the one say, and you say that you're not doing any propagating for him. But it crossed my mind if whether maybe this secretive move that Leonard is on might be just to
Mr. Chairman,
reinstall.
Can I ask for the risk of bringing down your rod? Can I ask you to clarify the phrase "secret move"?
Happy Thanksgiving, Greg. Happy Thanksgiving, my brother. Nice to see you in the room. And this fella is quite mischievous, man. He's really.
I know. I think they're ganging up on my friend here.
Thank you.
I just wanted to say that I do believe that the State Department needs to kind of explain to the citizens of Belize what's going on. And we talked about last week whether the government has some way of asking the State Department to give them formal information on what would have caused them to make these actions. And I think that is necessary. And also that we, as the people, have a right to know what's going on. And Stein should be commended for his effort, because we do need to know. And like you said, Mr. Chairman, it should be bipartisan. It shouldn't be a political type
Witch
of...
hunt.
Yeah.
It could be misconstrued as a witch hunt, yeah.
Yeah, it should be clear that it is in the interest of the nation to unravel it.
Exactly.
And also to, like you said, to move forward with establishing legal measures that would make sure that we don't find ourselves in this, and that in the future we could prosecute politicians.
Yeah, we never have, you know. I mean, we make little token moves, but never have gone so far.
No. And whenever we did it, it was pure political statesmanship. It was not truly in any interest, because they didn't really prepare a case to bring or anything like that.
Right.
Statesmanship at the moment. So, yeah.
Well, I don't, Judge, do you think that John Saldivar has any chance, even outside of this, before the State Department issued this, of resurrecting his political career?
Well,
maybe in
I would
50
never
years.
say never.
Yeah, in 50 years.
You know, I think that the candidate is only as effective as the electorate. I have seen some candidates that have done or accused of doing some very dastardly things, basically come back from the dead. It's like the Lazarus flex. You know, you think they career done, but you're not done. And they're back to there, you know. So I don't know.
You might be speaking about the UDP itself, because that practically will have to happen. Leonard, can the UDP come back and be a force in the political arena of Belize?
So that's a loaded question to me from where I stand. Because not only was I one of the people who initiated the process and instigated the creation of the party, and helped two other people write the constitution in which we imbued the party with the authority, power, and all the necessary things that on his first outing within less than 14 months, it could have taken the governance of this country, but for some serious errors, judgments on the part of some of the inside people at that time. But as of right now, currently as it stands, the present UDP does not even understand or know why is it that they're having the hell that they're dealing with and how to relate to it. Even if they were to be able to understand what they're dealing with, they will still have to come up with a process of how to relate to it and how to bring the party back together. Because before Mr. Barrow walked out of, before he demitted office, he rent the party asunder, which was my last letter to him, notifying him that as of that point in time when he received that letter, he could not count on the 1/3 support of the UDP NIP faction because of what they did.
You think, Mr.
as
Barrow,
a party and as a government?
You think
they betrayed? Sorry.
You think Mr. Barrow ran the UDP into the ground? You think it's his fault that they're in the position they're in now?
In multiple ways.
What's the
First of all, he could not become prime minister for a fourth time. Okay, so that was a limitation there.
Stick up in
go
there.
Ahead. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Somebody eat something or they crumble on paper or something. Go ahead, Leonard.
Static.
Yeah, yeah. Something happened. Somebody's.
Something is shaking or just from
Yeah.
the. Yeah, yes, sir. Can I continue, or was there
Yes,
somebody
man.
else,
No,
something
no,
else I
man.
need to
That was
say?
it. That was it. But just, it
Oh,
All
okay,
right,
was.
good,
okay.
good.
He was notified from '08 when they first won the general election that the UDP could not be caught kowtowing to and or lending support for this Belize Guatemala issue. And the man was so hard-headed and so stubborn and into his own self to the point where he was unwilling to accept any outside input other than what came from within his own 2 ears in terms of dealing with how he wanted to deal with any matter. The
Can I
level of
ask?
arrogance.
Can I ask you to clarify that? What do you mean lending support to the Belize Guatemala matter? You mean going to the ICJ?
That going to the ICJ, the way they work the process to get us to that point is what caused the UDP right now to be where it is today. The UDP, had they not faltered in that major cataclysmic effort, they could have still gone down and won the 20 election. Okay, I have the documents that was sent to them notifying them of those
yeah.
particulars,
But you could be
and
able.
they choose. They're living their one nightmare that they helped to create. All these guys are fighting over right now is the carcass of what's left of the UDP.
Yeah, but no. You said some things there though that.
Totally not some character to the average person, true sir.
Well, no, that's not it at all. Not try preempt
Yep.
what I say, man.
Okay.
What you're saying is that Mr. Barrow buy.
Wait, I never use no word by, so wait, stop with that one there. I mean, rephrase it, maybe.
You're saying that he by lending support to this Guatemala Belize
Okay.
issue. Didn't you say that?
Yes, sir.
That
No, when you
he set
the word
stage.
by out of context could be intimating something else, which is what I thought he was going to, and I was hoping that that wasn't the case.
All right. So you're saying though that is what brought him down.
Not him, the party.
Put the party in a position. Why
He was out going out the door.
Can you give us a little an example or expound a bit upon what you're saying? Why would that have caused the demise of the UDP?
Because the UDP was made up of 3 parties and a half.
Yes.
The mandate of the UDP was to look after the territorial integrity of this country and its well-being, and to develop this country.
Okay.
And secondly, to take away governance power from the PUP, which at that time we had no trust in and believed that the PUP was actually selling out lock, stock, and barrel, as was said by somebody else.
Okay, but they did it with 3 consecutive terms, don't you think?
Sir,
3 consecutive terms.
Mr. Chairman, do you understand the phrase accidental prime minister?
No, I don't.
Okay, I'll explain it to you, sir.
I think
and the rest of the public.
Accidental prime minister was Manuel Esquivel.
No, wait. I'm not going that far back. I'm trying to stay with the Mr. Barrow issue.
But the accidental prime minister was definitely Manuel Esquivel, not Dean Barrow.
I'm not arguing with you on that. I'm just trying to stay with the Dean Barrow.
But why did you ask the question? Why would I want to?
Because I'm trying to go to the Dean Barrow
excuse me.
Stuff that we're currently discussing today.
Yeah, yes, but right? So who's the
trying to stay within that parameter?
Who's the accidental prime minister?
Mr. Dean Barrow.
No, he's not.
But see, it's what Greg is saying. He doesn't agree with that.
Okay.
No. There's no accident. Actually, Dean Barrow was self-appointed by Manuel Esquivel. He's not an accidental prime minister.
No. Well, then he wasn't self-appointed. Let me go back and give you the facts. Okay.
I was there when Manuel Esquivel turned over the political UDP party to Dean Barrow. That was no accident.
I was the person who gave Mr. Manuel Esquivel his walking tickets.
Maybe you
from
did,
the Caribbean Shores division. I was the person who gave Mr. Manuel Esquivel his walking ticket, just as I gave Mr. Ayuso his walking ticket. Just as I gave, just as I gave Mr. Ellington Hubert his walking ticket.
I don't know what that
Hubert
means.
is still alive. Yeah, you know,
What does that mean?
Mr. Chair.
the
Mr.
person
Chair,
that went and told them that they could not win and they will not win, and explained to them why they need to remove themselves from the political scene instead of continuing to be a hamstrung on the party. Okay, I was the person that was always Mr. Esquivel used to send me to go do the shit kicking for him.
Mr. Leonard,
Okay, so there's a lot that is not known.
Hold on a second.
What I'm saying is because I'm speaking from the bottom of the river.
Yeah, hold
And they
it
say when
one
you get
second.
up and tell you,
Mr. Chair.
you don't have to believe.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
On a point of order, though, I don't know if order did the right thing, but I just want to stick a note in terms of saying, it's all well and good that in relation to trying to find or trying to come up with some valuable output to inform public governance with the talk about the UDP, but I think that going into the visceral details of it, I don't know that we are doing justice to the program. We basically only have an hour on the air, you know, and I don't know where I
I'm not
think
hearing
that
Mr. Mike.
I think that the point has been made that the Saldivar issue brings to the fore issues relating to ethical conduct in office. We spoke about, in that context, we spoke about Shrine and his issue to discovery. I'm trying to get you, Mr. Chair, to pronounce on when we would have exhausted this issue of Mr. Saldivar as opposed to the UDP. You know, I mean, I don't know that we are discussing the UDP as much as we're kind of discussing.
Mr. Chairman,
you know,
somebody mic is chipping up. I think it might be George.
It's chipping up. Hold on, sir. You think so? I
Clear now.
go on here. All right, sorry, Mr. Chair. I don't know if you get where you know. I think we spend a lot of time on the UDP, and we'll get into a lot of visceral details. I don't know how useful it is at this point. I think that we have covered in principle the issue of good conduct in political office. You know. So I'm putting the ball in your hand, Mr. Chair, to basically say, where do we go from here?
I do believe that what we do need is a strong opposition party because it does not serve the interests of the people of the country to not have a strong opposition party.
Unmute your mic, G Mike. Your mic is muted, G Mike.
Okay, wonderful. All right, sorry about that.
Yeah,
But what is this? What is this scratching song that I'm hearing though? What is that? Like something.
That's what we're trying to get rid of.
Greg's mic is muted, so it's not Greg. Leonard, mute your mic for 1 second there. Mute your mic. Well, it stopped now. That and it wouldn't be that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know.
I thought it was George.
You think that George? Well, George is muted, and even when he was muted, I was hearing it.
Hear it now.
Unmute your mic, George, for 1 second.
Yeah,
right.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I'm not hearing it. No.
Hello.
Greg will stepped away. Make me see. I imagine he gonna come back. But that, I wonder if his mic was doing that.
I think it was Gregory's at Gregory's end, but
Yeah, but it was distracting though for sure. But nevertheless, your point is taken, George, because we don't want to exhaust an entire show on any one topic unless it's a topic of much significance. Now this topic I find very relevant at hand. What I find though, Leonard, is that you have a vast knowledge of the inner workings of the UDP, as you obviously keep reminding us. And you keep telling us that there are a lot of things that people don't know, that we don't know out there. I think that a lot of it, the knowledge that we don't need to know. and knowledge that has no relevance upon the matters that we're discussing. We really just want to get to an understanding, and in my point of view, what is going on right now with Shine and Saldivar. What would we want Saldivar to come back into the realm of politics, and would people really vote for him? I think almost a scenario like America, because Trump wants to come back, but Trump is dead in the water. You could stick and fuck in him. Even if he comes back and run, I don't see we know of him winning. Then again,
with 78 million followers,
in all
not
honesty,
easily done.
See, man, I know. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. You go ahead. Leonard.
I was saying that with 78 million supporters,
I
you
don't
can't
think
just stick on fucking at the man and imagine that you can get done. You know, I mean, it's not that easily done.
I don't
That's all I was
think.
saying.
Gregory, your mic is muted, by the way, sir. I don't think he now has that size of following. Many people have grown up, even some people in Congress, and in the House have kind of like cooled down on Trump. So he doesn't have that kind of support. Saldivar might have had support at one time, but with all the allegations that circled around him, and this is a point that Shine made clear, that in all fairness, the UDP cannot put up Saldivar as a candidate with all that has been going around him, and not just with the Lev Derman case, with the Mason case, I personally saw something happen with Saldivar that right then I think should have moved him away when his henchman fired some shots in Belmopan, and discharging a firearm in public is an offense. And Saldivar, at that time, the police went to speak to the fellow, and Saldivar said, "Step down." He said, left it alone, and the police had to back up. At the point, the police should not have, because Saldivar was not yet reinstated into the House of Representatives and carried no weight as a minister of government at all. But that again, that's something where it shows the type of individual that he is. Yeah, go ahead.
Chairman, there's one little point there, sir, that you stated that he was not reinstated back into the House. I think you might have meant reinstated back into cabinet.
Into cabinet, then. Okay.
Am I right in?
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Okay, it makes a difference.
He was elected, but the House was not formed yet as such. Even it was just the announcement was made that yes, he had won the election. No? So I don't know for what kind of technical point that would have. But yes, George's point is well taken. Maybe we have discussed this matter ad nauseum. I don't know. I find it interesting. I think there are things that we really need to look at. But
I think we need to discuss.
But George was supposed to give us, Mr. Chairman.
Issue.
Yeah. But pardon me. George was supposed to give us our economic background on the thing. I think it was set for this weekend too. Right, George, or no?
Your mic muted, George. George, your mic is muted, George. Yeah, we hear you.
Yes, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. CY. But I don't know. I kind of joined the meeting when both the chairman and Mr. Brackett were already in process. The discussion was already in process. So I don't know if we had talked about an agenda, 1 and 2. If we need to go on to another agenda item immediately, then we need guidance from the chairman. I wasn't suggesting that. I was simply saying that it seemed to me the chairman has come to the same conclusion that I have come to, that maybe we have exhausted.
We milked the cow. We milked the cow dry. There's not much we can get out of this that can be helpful. I don't know that we've reached a consensus though, because Leonard, and I think that 3 against 1 now with the Saldivar matter. He believes that Saldivar still has hope, and he believes in the integrity of the man. he stated last week that he would vote for this fella again. In the word of George Mavitt, I've lost 99% confidence in your ability to reason, man, and think. But
May I follow you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, you may. Yes, you
Even
may.
if I don't walk in your footsteps, since you have a bigger size shoe than I have.
If you promise to be a little brief, go ahead.
Okay, sir.
Oh Lord.
My objective in the whole analyzing this process is to try and shed light on things that people are not aware of that happens behind the scene. That is that a lot of people see what's happening on the front end, even to the extent of what we had known about this Saldívar long before this press release ever came out. We had known enough in each and every instance.
Let me ask you a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. Go ahead. Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. Just mute your mic. You just mute your mic, Greg. Yeah.
I didn't hear the question because the mic got muted.
Okay. Do you think the practice of Jan Saldívar in whatever he has done is any different than what we have seen in politicians across Belize? You know?
Not quite.
I
Not
believe
quite.
that
They're all one and the same as far as I know.
Yeah.
I have records. I could jump in front of anyone and then you could put in front of me and haul out the skeletons.
Well, I'm not talking about.
I'm basically telling the same thing that they have done.
But I'm saying
one or the other.
Because we don't have proper election and financing for political party and registration, it just lends itself to corruption.
You have drug dealers financing a political campaign in the country, and that's all right with everybody else. For those who know and those who don't know, it's not a big deal. That's just the way
Yeah,
the process works.
That's exactly my point. So I'm saying, even though he's guilty of what he's guilty of, it is a practice that probably all of them are guilty of. We saw
Gregory. Gregory, you came in a little late, but George and I were basically in agreement on this one, that what Shine might be doing is applaudable because of the very fact that he's setting a precedent where we can do that. We can find out for sure what the crimes that's committed, and if we can prosecute it, then move from there to that stage. At least it's a start. That's how I see it. It's a start, and we can say, well, listen, let's find out for sure what has happened here, because for the most part, we don't even do that. Allegations come up. There have been allegations of murder. This boy Munchie and Cervantes, father, and there's a guy that came on a tape. The investigation has been, and then we have a police commissioner, which is why I always felt that the commissioner should be elected and be answerable to the people and not to the politicians that appoint him. Because this is what happens, you see. So with the commissioner is basically hogtied. There's not much he can do.
He's limited.
Yeah, and most of the time he's trying to please his masters anyway. Yeah. So that one, and I think that one of the things I'd like to see in the constitutional reform that might be recommended, that we have some of these, like the contractor general, for instance, should be elected. There are certain people that should be elected and be answerable to the people, and face re-election every several years, so that the people can get a report card on him and make a decision based on that. You're mute.
Again.
Yeah, go ahead. You're in.
What some countries like Barbados does is have the contractor general office.
You're mute. Your mic is going in and out. So something with your and there's something. What are you on? Your computer or your laptop?
I'm on my.
No, see, you're gone again.
I'm on
something shaking.
You're on your phone?
Yes.
It doesn't work well that way.
Yeah, but I don't think it was mine that's making that static. I think that static is coming from somewhere else, because I disconnect and reconnected and the static was still there.
I'm hearing too. Well, enough on George. All right, sit there. Mute your mic again. Mute your mic. Now you, man, it's coming from you. There's something with your mic. Unmute it again. Yeah,
I know,
no,
yeah,
you hear it start again.
yeah.
You might have a faulty microphone there. You might have
Or
a
maybe set
faulty
high.
microphone.
Maybe
All right.
sensitive, you know, pick up things
Anyway,
easy.
Judge, you're muted as you. Yeah, you're muted. You're muted. Judge Mavitt muted. I think it looks like Greg is going and coming back again. George, unmute your mic for me a minute. All right. We've discussed the John Saliva matter enough, probably. Any other topic that you might want us to look at? We don't got a lot of time left tonight, but we certainly can't deal with your economic plan tonight. So.
Oh, you want to deal with that next week? Couldn't
Well,
we
we
just
want-
introduce it? Couldn't
Well,
we
you
just
can.
introduce?
You certainly
No,
can.
I was just saying maybe we could start the discourse now, or we could left it for next week. We could basically end on a light note such as World Cup they go on now. We could discuss
Why?
what Belize
But that's a big subject.
Interesting.
We could talk about
The economy is a big subject.
The World Cup.
Yes.
In terms of sport generally, my very good friend Miss Pat Bennett basically
Passed away. Yes.
about a week ago.
Or a very good friend. Sir.
Yeah, she was an icon. I think that she represented a time when there was more discipline in the society, including in sport. At the time that Miss Pat and her colleague Brenda Johnson, etc., this would have been in the 60s, I believe, and the 70s, when they were making their mark. They were taking the baton from very disciplined people that came before them. And Miss Pat, I interviewed Miss Pat about a year ago. It's on YouTube. We have a little Rogers Stadium club going on. And so I interviewed her and some other people. And basically the gist of what she was saying is that people were doing things for the love of the sport. Nobody was paying anybody. People were getting out of their bed at 5 in the morning, basically go exercise, and they were at work at 7 or 8. And I think that speaks of a value in the society that we probably do not have. And I see this, for example, in football. Mike has gone to the United States for a while. Mr. Brackett, I don't know when exactly you left, but I will tell you that Pat's story could be reflected across various sports, including especially football and basketball. I think where it began to go south in terms of football was when people started to talk about a semi-pro league. And that talk and that discourse wasn't a broad public discourse, but it happened within the confines of those people that were very close to football. And it happened at a time when the exodus to the United States was perhaps at a peak, because it happened when a number of our noted footballers, Mandingo Barnett, Harry Cadle, Eugene Cherrington, and a host of people were leaving. And so even outside of understanding how it may work economically, my instinct at the time, I was in early high school, my instinct at the time was, I don't know how this will work economically. Now I can say that I never saw the fan base and the economic base to sustain a league, a professional league. But the point that I'm making is that I think that the lessons to be learned where we are in football right now is that just like how Costa Rica took, I think it was 7-1 today from somebody. Whenever we
Spain.
take
Portugal.
Spain.
Was it Spain or Portugal?
Spain is one of the better team. Whenever we are not competitive regionally any at all. And I will tell you that was not always the case. We used to go to Honduras, we used to go to Mexico, and we used to be trashing those boys. Right now, we cannot and we have not. When we go to Central America, I know they talk Mexico. When we go to Central America, we take 7-8-9-0. 9-zip on the football field, no? So it's in that context that I just wanted to say I'm going to talk a little bit about some my light subject, sport, and especially football.
How you saw the move from regular basketball to semi-pro basketball? How did that for you? I don't know how if you're a fan of that.
I don't think that it was the right motive. I think that there was a group of guys who felt that you had to pay youths to play basketball. I think that the Cremandala crowd really were the major force. And I think to some extent that they wrecked it.
I think so
too. Wrecked it in the sense that you couldn't get anybody for play without by them being paid.
We're in agreement on that. And I'm almost persona non grata back there because of my stand on that. When I was very vocal about it, and I always said that they were blaming the UDP for messing up semi-pro, and I always said no, it was greed and hooliganism that did it, because they had that bad boy image. They still with the Raiders, of course, and then they had Beansy. They run through the stadium, they intimidate the fans at the other side. Members of their people trying to bribe the referees to win. And I always remember the story of Mike Tyson, Mike Tyson was knocking people out in the second round and the first round, and then people kind of like stop because they don't want, nobody wants to see a competition where they know who is going to win. And I think that was the main reason why Mike Tyson had to lose to Buster Douglas. Not necessarily that Buster Douglas was any hell of a fighter, but the same thing with Cremandala had we have to win everything. They want to win every game, every season, at any cost necessary, and intimidate the other teams, intimidate the players, bribe the referee, and got all the best players in the country, and that they could get together, and it's good for the team, but not good for the sport. So I think that was interesting. The thing, Pat Bennett, again, I joined the chorus of condolences to Pat, and I remember the last conversation we had, and I'm going to pull on Lee Leonard Brockett thing here on this one, because she reminded me about the poster that I had gone and asked Habet to sponsor that was right above Brazil Stadium that had the words, "Our goal is more goal." And she was big on that, because being a member of the 1970 had Golden Girls, 74, she really felt that we were capable of more goal. I think the point you make about us paying our athletes is manifested even out here next door to me, the little field that we have created there, where the boys, they want to play, but every time they say, "Well, how much you gonna give me, senior? How much you gonna put up for this one?" And I'm like, "We can't play for we're not professionals now. Then we can't play for fun of the game again, and you can't just start out and play and get paid." I mean, when you don't understand that the professionals like Messi and LeBron James and then guys put in hours and hours of practice, lots of sacrifice. There's so much more, and they have developed the science of the game, as opposed to just for we boys basketball, bounce shoot, grab the ball, pop, kick the goal kick the ball as hard as you could. And I don't think we have spent enough time on the science of the sport and the understanding of what it takes to be a winner. Just my point, but I'm enjoying the World Cup, and as it goes along, I know a lot of we have problems. I know that Leonard is busy and can't find time for. He said he didn't remember his own birthday, and he'll get back for me on this now. But that should tell me.
Well, Mr. Chair, I ask you a question as the Angels advocate about this secret mission.
Boy,
but you refuse to.
You want? We have the man. We have the man with the mic unmuted, and his earphone in. Leonard, what kind of what secret mission are they on, Papa? Where they do? Is it anything we should know or be concerned about? Are you going to be maybe unable to go back to the US yourself after this one? How you see?
What? I never asked you to commit yourself like that.
You are a mischievous fellow, Judge Mivett. You're mischievous, Judge Mivett. You're wrong. Leonard, you got the mic.
Okay. Back to my pro thing. Evan Hyde, Mr. Salvador Habet, Mr. Hoy. All these gentlemen used to come to my house for board meetings of the semi-pro league back in the early 70s. Okay. I wrote the semi-pro league constitution, and I was the chairman of the semi-pro league at the time. At that time, we were planning to put some funds together to come up with the BC Open Yard. That's what it used to be called back then. No, it's where the I think it's Atlantic Bank, if I'm not mistaken. The position there, and the new fire station, and a whole lot of other things that's been built there. But the bottom line was that I was heavily involved in sports back then, and just prior to that, I had financed 4 junior teams out in San Pedro and Burgosky, and 5 senior teams, all of which we had competitions, and the champion out there came and played the champion of Belize, which was Landiva at the time, and the champion Landiva was taken to go and play the champion out there as a return match. And so, having been involved in football as much as I did back then, the issue of the semi-pro only came to a rest after I left Belize. It was never, I was the person that was actually pushing it, trying to make a go at it. And the people after me never really pushed it further until quite a few years later on.
Do you think you could have worked?
And they did succeed eventually in creating that semi-pro league. You was asking, did I?
Do you think it would have worked had you stayed and stuck with it?
Well, it definitely would have worked, because I mean, we had powerful people in the society at that time in the sports environment,
Could we afford it?
People who had economics behind them to be able to afford it. Yeah. The BEC, the manager of the BEC team was also a member of our board. So we were getting good information from inside as to, how to approach this process in terms of acquiring that. We wanted to acquire that lot and turn it into a better MCC, because we had MCC back then, which was, was the main location where all the top football games used to be played. And we wanted to compete with that and create a situation where we have our one place with new bleachers. We had fancy ideas, basically. And there were not anything that was too far out of reach. But
you went to the States and things.
For political reasons, I had to depart the scene. At the time, I just cracked a sergeant head open, 9 stitches, and the police department was. Well, anyhow, I don't think I should get into that part. That part of unknown history.
But just to get interesting, you don't want to talk when the thing get juicy. You're not.
Well, maybe the man grandkids then they might go. Maybe the man grandkids they might come look for me. They want to know where I may end up and where. No, what happens is that
But there's no such a limitation on that.
At that time, I was leading a big march across for the 10th of September. We were leading a big march across the bridge, Memorial Park, down to end up at Yarborough Field. But instead of we end up at Yarborough Field, we end up on Albert Street, front of the Guatemalan consulate, and we circle Bishop Street, Canal Side, and then.
Let me ask you a question now.
I had a big demonstration. Wait, make I finish the thing, man. And this sergeant, he came and he decided, okay, he broke up this thing by attacking one of the leaders of the thing, right? And he walked from behind me and slapped me in my face from behind. When I turn around and I see the hand where they get moved from my face, I never realized somebody in a uniform. I just wet the head of that person there with part of my billiard screw where I used to walk around with as a jingo stick. And the man head bust open with 9 stitches, and so if he guys them collapsed by me, And my group collapsed on top of them, and we got me more than them because we got about like 5,000 people out there at that time. And so I went out, I get found on it there, and I gone through Central Park, and I crossed Big Bridge, and by the time I get over the other side of Big Bridge, one taxi me they come, and I jump in and out, and I make that carry me home. And I made the one day to wait for 3 days for the man and come pick me up, but I guess CIB knew what they were doing, and they didn't allow them to come and pick me up.
But it sounds like a reverse Shubu story, Mr. Brackett. I didn't know that the UDP had skeleton in the closets too, because you know
we had a lot of enforcers, so we broke up UP. If you want to know the whole story, we disciplined UP.
There's this story about Silky.
Yeah, shoot Shabina, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
But
he shoot the man and then he run Ghana States.
But this is my
he get out of town quick.
But this is my question though, Leonard, if I may. How come we hear about Silky so much, and we hear about Shubu, we hear about Lumumba, we hear about Evan Hyde, we hear about Rufus X, we hear about Allen Bally, but we don't hear a lot about Leonard Brackett with Ghana. And you don't. You're not shy about letting us know about you.
I was the person who started the youth group in the UDP as a cover the other underground things that we were actually doing.
So everything mostly underground. You've been a clandestine fellow for some time now, haven't you?
We just got a little bit more old and more sophisticated in our way of operating right now. It's as simple as that. Nobody ever heard about CORE in Belize either.
Yeah,
and that was actually the core of the youth group.
Everybody knew about CORE, man.
No. Not this CORE we had to tell you about right now. You talk about maybe some other CORE.
What is the?
I talk about a group that came out of the.
What does CORE mean? What did it stand for?
Citizens Integrated to. It was about defending the country, basically. We had sworn in our own blood and allegiance to free country.
I remember
that for the rest of our life, we want to, make sure that
I remember
things work out the way we expected it and wanted it to work out.
Wait a minute, say, Judge.
No, I was just going to comment. Mr. Brackett has dedicated a lot of time and a lot of passion to the political life of this country. And I'm wondering, certainly, I don't know of any youth that has the kind of passion. Maybe they exist, but I don't know of any youth that has the kind of passion for politics and change that I see in a UG, Mike. Me and you young. I think Leonard is a little older than us. I think it does happen, but certainly not in a Belize City context. I don't know that there are people who would dedicate their lives to affect change, whether they're political or not. It seems to me that that's a dwindling. It's a dwindling population.
George,
among us.
You watch Bill Maher, and Bill Maher, I think, has his finger on the pulse of the whole matter. I don't see much passion at all in the youth today. As is, I think we're raising a group of entitled brats that don't care about nothing. There's no patriotism in them. In fact, many of them, there's no enterprising spirit as such.
Right.
They just want, in fact, they want to take the food, put it in their mouth, and move the jar up and down for chew it, and then maybe even try to digest it for them when it go down. I don't see the passion that is necessary to make this country be what we think, what we know it can be or would want it to be. We're in a situation where we're in a desperate situation, actually, and that is my passion here, is trying to get the youth to an understanding. And I'm so frustrated with the matter. And I know I have to keep going for my own good, because I like to be involved in things. And I know that once you know the move, once you're not involved in some kind of a movement as such, then you tend to become irrelevant and fizzle. Fade away fast. So I think that on part of what I would like to see more attention paid to the instilling in a youth of a passion for life. patriotism, which is why I've been advocating for a long time for a Pledge of Allegiance that they recite every day before they start school. Even more so than a prayer, because prayer has to be, I think, a personal thing between you and God, whichever God you want to serve or how you want to serve. That the personal that you have to deal with that. But when you talk about raising a generation that will carry on society, we need to instill in them these qualities. We need to teach them to be critical thinkers and be unafraid of being objective, have bias and prejudices and malice towards none, and have unselfish love for the country and the future. I don't think I can say much more than that.
I don't want to hear Mr. Brackett's perspective. I mean, he's been away and he comes back, but I think that you have had a more sustained presence here in recent times. Like, I don't want Mr. Brackett's perspective on what he see in terms of, as you aptly put it, the spirit of patriotism among our people.
Well, personally, I've never disengaged from the political and national affairs of my country. From ever since I became involved in the political affairs of my country in 1965, my first outing was with my grand uncle, Mr. Brackett, back at Tanoma Street there, who used to be the head of the 10th of September celebration. He used to be the Grand Marshal. And the man gave me the privilege to hold his boy stick where he used to lead the parade with one part of the parade one day. And after that, that's all she wrote. Now, before that, I used to deal with the Belize Guatemala issue separately. But about the serious involvement in politics, 1 year after that, I was already involved with Mr. Goldston in 66. And when they had the first street marches and riots and stuff, we took over the country after Mr. Goldston came back and told us about the 13 proposals.
Make I say something. And we've already discussed the matter of history, and that many times it is twisted by the person writing it or telling it. And you lean heavily upon history as such and the past. I think what George talk about, and I know that if you want to get really into, because if they're still involved in the politics and the politics we're still a deal with now, then you will kind of like the exposure, so you might not want to go all the way into it.
Well, I was trying to elicit how he see the response and the connectiveness of youth. You come back, Mr. Brackett, you're visiting, and I'm sure that you would have had the opportunity to observe as a spectator how the youth then perform. Do you see any equivalent of a Leonard Brackett or a G. Mike in the youths?
Or a George Private?
Yeah, I mean, we care. Are we not to talk about it? We try to do something about it. What do you see in them?
That's the purpose of my existence, sir. I go and I come. Sometimes I make like 5 trips for the year. There are other times when I, for example, during the pandemic, I remember 1 year I didn't make any trips at all. But my mission, from the time I got involved with politics, has never ceased. I never ceased to desist my efforts.
But we're not talking about you. But we're not talking about you. No.
My objective in being alive today,
did you understand,
is to work to prepare the next generation so that they may have the fortitude to be able to carry the fight forward and have our country survive what is to come or what is ahead of us. And it takes a lot of time and effort and interaction with youths, even with the elderly people. When I come to Belize, I don't come on like a party thing. I mean, sometimes I get to vote, yes, but I'm always about politics, about the affairs of my country. I'm doing an annual survey.
Leonard, please understand what I'm saying, though. Please, with no offense intended. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the youth.
Sir, understand you and I heard you.
what
I'm
do
saying to you, it's critically important.
Yeah.
Critically
To
important
explain
for
to
people
us
to
what.
understand and put out the necessary effort required to bring along the new generations. It's not going to fall out of the sky.
No, we know
It's
that,
about
but
work and effort.
that's not the point.
And so we have to interact with these young people.
Yeah,
And that's what I'm doing on a daily basis, on a regular
yeah.
basis.
But along the line, what G Mike is saying, I was simply asking you. I see this boy back at Port, for example, G Mike. I don't remember when he's a kind of firebrand guy, but his heart is in the right place. I don't know if he's a stevedore, and you know the name.
Rivers.
Raymond Rivers.
I interact with all these guys, with all these people.
I see Raymond, and Raymond is a kind of maybe a Leonard Brackett, but a fiery version of him. And I was simply trying to get from Leonard. Do you see as a general rule the kind of engagement of our youth in the affairs of this country that would benefit the nation? That is what I was trying to elicit from him. G Mike, I see you. I sure that I could ask you the same question and you and give me one answer based on what you say. And you have basically said, G Mike, you look like you're dwindling. And this is what I was trying to get from Leonard. Because to me, that passion for your neighbor and that passion to lift up the nation, to me, seem to be dissipating. It's not totally lost. That's my observation. So I was just simply trying to get Leonard to address it from that standpoint, to see what is his view of the behavior of people, the future generation. That is what I was trying to elicit.
I have a lot of people like that I'm telling you I'm working with. And that I know of, that I'm not even working. Some of them I don't have no connection with or working with. Some of them I'm actually working with. When I'm in Belize, for example, I'm all around this city, okay? I have different little groups of people that I go and I visit and I hang out with and I start to figure out.
Leonard, with all due respect, we are okay. We believe that. We know that. Your efforts, are they bearing fruit? Are you seeing?
Of course they are.
So you think
otherwise I would have probably been disenchanted and discouraged long ago.
Yeah, okay.
But I can see I can see the fruits of my efforts.
Yes.
What would be
Which
one
allows me
of
to
the
persist.
projects? What would be one of the projects and one of the initiatives of the youths that you may be impacting or mentoring? Where are they connecting? What are the outputs? What are the impacts?
Okay. You ever heard about Silky?
Yes.
Okay. The person that put that project out there and had all the community out there in Placencia is somebody that I work with, which is only one of many others. As I'm trying, I mean, you asked for an example, I'm giving you one.
Right.
How many Belizeans you know of who go out there, the any key, go try to save any key that is a public property for public purposes and public use and spend thousands of dollars of their own money in order to do that? You don't have too many of those people around.
Right.
I'm telling you, this person is one of those. And I can give you others who are in other areas and in other fields. Some of them are educators, some, they're different. I'm dealing with a lot of different things. I have an annual survey that I do. I talk to the political people and youth for political purposes and to develop them or encourage them to become involved in the politics of our country. They are the future. I deal with the elderly, who I gravitate around still because those are the ones from whom knowledge is passed on, right? I have a foundation that does a lot of charitable work around the country, and involving in those charitable work, I get exposed to a lot of different people. But I can't tell you everything that I'm doing or everything that I do because then all that is going to do is put me in a situation where I'm going to be pressed for more than I'm able to handle. And I don't want to get there.
We're not asking that. I was kidding with that clandestine foolishness. But the fact is,
the clandestine thing that are really clandestine, just as you described it, but it wasn't something. It wasn't something that I could have just came and tell you, like I said earlier. You will hear about it.
But
right?
yes.
But I just couldn't come and tell you, well, I had to do this, or I had to do that, or I had to mess with the party, or I got people where I had to try.
Leonard, I'm not even interested, brother. What I'd like to hear an answer to: how do you see the future, and the role that the youth of today will play in it. Are they gonna be committed enough to make things
some of them
happen
will be better than us.
progressively? Some of them,
I can
yes.
assure you,
I'm
based
sure
on my
some-
experience and
I have
observation, that some
I
of them
have
will
no-
be better than us.
I have no
We may have
doubt.
had our one type of strength,
I have no
but
doubt.
these kids are no fool.
I
And
have
some of them
no
are
doubt.
better off.
I have no doubt, but are there enough of them?
Well, that's a loaded question, because when you say enough of them, I mean, they're not like you can say, okay, well, if they're not among the size of one of the small parties, or if they're not among to the size in terms of numbers of group, the size of the mega parties or the mega organization, you know, I mean, it's a loaded question. One person I know, and I believe, one person could make a difference.
All right.
2 persons can make a better difference.
Enough,
3
man.
persons can make.
Enough, man. Enough. 4
G-Mike,
persons, 5
G-Mike.
persons, 6 persons, 7 persons. It's
G-Mike,
ridiculous.
G-Mike, can I make a point?
Yeah.
Make I give you a good example of how I see things. People change, G-Mike. I have, why maybe like more. It's happening more often now. I raise some of my grandkids there. G-Mike, I'm raising a girl and a boy. Remember we got their spot?
Yes, I do. I remember.
All right.
Decent children.
Yeah, I'm raising them, G-Mike. But the boy is now in 4th form. And I am asking him, me and the grandmother, me and my wife, why much GCU and how much CXC now, you know? How much CXC you want to take? And the boy looked at me and said, look at us last night and said, now that time for pay for CXC, you know, G-Mike. I don't take none. And I was a little shocked, G-Mike, because it's not like they live in my house. This is family. And then we just got separate ways. We interact. But it never occurred to me, you know, I can ask, and never occurred to me, was saying, what is it that you want to do? And he's clueless.
Yeah.
And me and my wife, we are shocked because we grew up in a generation where, G-Mike, from the time you in a primary school, maybe the thing was, I want to be a policeman.
Yeah.
I want to be a minister. But to me, G-Mike, this is lost.
Yeah.
Because when I look at my own two, I only have 3 children. The girl, 2 boys and a girl. And the girl is different. But the boys, they're not dream. They don't got no dream, G-Mike. So this is you know, G-Mike, and this is where I see the change, and it's troublesome to me. It's troublesome to me, G-Mike, because as a father, you always want your children then go beyond where you are, and so that is the change that I see that disturbs me, G-Mike.
They don't have a clue, indeed, and that is the saddest thing, because if you aim at nothing, you will definitely hit it. They have nothing to aim at. They're not looking. When the other day I asked one of the little girls saying, where you want to be? And she said, a lawyer, and I was thrilled. I said, fine, all right. And I got a few books, gave it to her and whatnot. And after about 2 weeks, I said, are you reading any books? No. I don't know if I want to be that again. And I'm saying, we got one problem, you know. One guy, and I don't know if I'm going to tell you the story. This young man, a friend of mine in the States, paid for his school fees from first farm to graduation. Graduated about a year after, the man ride around on a bike. I said, you get a job, right? You do something, you get the education, not make my partner waste your money like that. He said, why I don't know. Anyway, I gone and help her get on the job. You get a job the day after you get a job. You get a job the Monday, the Tuesday, he call me and say, Mr. Reader, I want you to call the boss to me because I don't want going, I'm not going in today. I said, are you really serious, right? I said, well, then I'm here to call the boss, you know. Either you will do that yourself or your mom. The same week, about the Thursday, I called to see how the boy is doing. He answered the phone. That in my spot. I said, what going on? He say, why I know to work there again. Cause then he give me thing when they never tell me they will give me for though. I said, let me talk to you, my boy. Because I say, What going on with that boy? I said, it's just we waste money for sending a school or what? Because you have to start somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
I say, well, Mr. Reed, you know me now, make them chance, my little boy, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So you know what the boy there now? Get up every morning, anytime he want, anytime of day want, like 10, 12 or so. Ride the bike about that run all day, come home, eat, and go sleep. And all is well, he get up, he don't even have to make up his bed or flush the toilet when he don't use it.
Mm-hmm.
Whose fault is it? Whose fault is it?
Mm-hmm.
I believe we have swung the pendulum too far.
Yes.
Because in our day, our parents were strict. But with good reason. And now that we look back on it and we realize they never killed we. But they were strict and they were stern. And nowadays we just make them do what they want. And in fact, even the society, the authorities encouraging them and encouraging if you attack you to rough boy, call the police, you know, that you have rights. Now they don't teach them that rights is not a single child.
Verbal child abuse, they call it.
Rights has a twin named responsibility.
Very good, Mr. Mike.
And even when they come around me and they got one now way say they put out at school, I say, so what you do there? Because if you have nothing to do, you can't do it here. I say, when you come around here, I'm dealing with the children who are in school, who I could make a difference with. When you decide you come out of school, you decide you don't want man. You must provide for yourself. Your parents might provide for you, but I won't. You see? So anyway, that where we at right now, and we're going close to 9. So, Leonard, I think this is where we're going to try to get from you, and if you really have high hopes for the future, do you see the children really growing up and being what is necessary to be the next politician? Are we going to have?
I do.
You do. Okay. I applaud your optimism. Yeah.
Because I know the effort that's going in, and I can see the products that's coming out. So on that basis, that's my reason for making such a
effort from where, Mr. Brackett?
My effort and the effort of the people around that involved with the activities that I am involved with. We have up to now we have over 147 people that we have sent to school at various levels, all the way through some of them to universities. We have a lot of programs going on. We have a lot of things. We have farms that we are sponsoring.
Hold on, man. Don't go by. You always go back to you. There's an ego there.
It has to be. Somebody has to do it. You know, it happens by itself. You know, it gets done by itself.
No. That's not what I'm saying.
These things need to be done.
That's not what I'm saying. I gave you an example of a child that went through school, and what happened at the end of that. You then now can put 1,000 children into school. What are they doing? Are they coming out and being responsible adults? Are you figure you done your job when you've gotten to that point?
No. See, and that's where you shortchange me all the time, Mr. Chairman. Because you tend to reflect on the fact that I am the person doing and saying the things that I do and say, and you have a penchant for thinking that I'm going standing on or I want to take the limelight. All I'm saying to you is that I can affirm what I'm saying because I'm the person involved in trying to make it happen or getting it done. Therefore, I can testify to the fact that it is being done. That's all I'm saying.
Mr. Chair.
I'm just emphasizing. Sorry,
Mr. Brockett. Go ahead.
No, sorry, sir. I was talking about you, Mr. Mike. I'm sorry about that, sir.
You're making a point.
No. Please go ahead, sir.
You make your point.
You see, I was trying to, maybe the chairman, maybe we're on the same page with this one. We are trying to elicit from you, what do you see as the output and the outcome of efforts? And my little story about my one grandkids was basically to say that I see a shift in the culture. And when you look at the numbers, for example, I am a conservationist in principle, which means that I I have to be concerned about wildlife and forests and mangroves. But I tell the people that I have shared 30 years of my professional life with. You know, the most endangered species are not the manatee or the dolphin, you know. The most endangered species that believes that the black male, that the young black male. And when I look at the institutions, two things you say. When I was in school, you could have seen that there was almost a 50% registration of boys to girls. It was just about enough boys to enough girls. When you look at it now, the statistics at high school is basically saying that there's 70% enrollment of girls and 30% of boys. And when you go further up, that is sixth form, it gets even more critical. You see, so the point that I'm making, Mr. Brackett and Mr. Chair, is that my little experience in my home is also reflected within the educational system.
It's not isolated. It's not isolated.
Yeah, so this is what I was trying to get from Mr. Brackett, but he's saying, I think he's looking at it from the input end.
Right,
he's inputting, and I'm trying to elicit what is the output. So people are coming out from your scholarship program. Is that the rule or the exception to the rule? And where is the impact? That is what I was trying to elicit. You see, but maybe it wasn't clear.
The overall objective is to enhance and help develop our country and empower our people.
Input.
Right. Output. Where is the output? And how is that impacting society? You have said that.
Maybe you should speak to some of the. Maybe you should speak to some of the people. Instead of my trying to explain that to you guys.
Yes, but where are they, and what impact are they having?
They are members of the society. They are good law-abiding members of the society and productive members of the society.
Yes, but
their presence aren't felt.
I keep well, maybe not by you personally, but believe me, the country is better off because of them. They're all putting in their little ounce.
So you know, I can't fault you for seeing it the way you see it. I am simply saying that the way I see it, and I think the chairman is also saying there's a change that we see over time, and it's not for the good one, and it's not where we were when we were going through this stage in our life. You see? But you are saying that you have a program and you see what you see. And I can't fault you for saying what you say, how you say. You know.
The people that I deal with, or the kids that I deal with, I stay in touch with them. I try to help them in different. Well, it's not just only kids, like I'm saying. Okay, I've been doing this stuff over almost 60 years now. 57 years, as a matter of fact, to be exact. 57 years journey of doing the same type of stuff, empowering people, helping them to transcend out of poverty and to make something of themselves and to help others as they move along. Because the only thing I require of anybody that's participating in my processes is that they help someone else.
Yeah. So I want to ask you, over time, how many people have you lifted out of poverty, and what is their impact to society?
That number, I'm going to tell you, is much larger than those that we're talking about right now about school and scholar and colleges and things. Because I'm going to explain to you, over that 57 years period of time, I've actually stretched my hand to tens of thousands of people. That's how ludicrous the number would sound to most people hearing this for the first time. There's nobody in Belize that anyone believes is like that or does that. And I'm all right with that.
All right.
But every trip that I make to Belize, I deal with anywhere between 300 to 500 people that I stretch my hand to.
Very good. Mr. Brackett, you know,
some people are on the list. Wait. Some people are on the list on a regular basis.
Stop that, my boy. We don't need the.
So you don't want to know.
No.
You want to know the effect. You want to know the outcome.
I want to know the outcome. I want to know the outcome, Mr. Brackett, and which is why, as you.
But you can't hear it from me.
As you, no, we want to hear it from you. You know, as you are doing this, poverty has gone from 31% in 1981 to 43% 10 years ago to 60%
It's
as we speak.
68% right now.
Yes.
So are you
I
helping?
keep tabs on those data.
I am making
I
the
keep
point
tabs
to
on those
you.
data.
So I am trying to relate the fact that it's almost like you are pouring water in a basket, because it is not having, although maybe in the context of your program,
Sir,
it might
that
be
is a
meeting some
disingenuous
goals.
statement. That is a disingenuous statement.
No.
That is
I'm
made
saying
either,
that-
it's
I am
being
saying
made
that-
either in unawareness
I
of the reality of which you're contextualizing it.
I have to commend you for doing what you're doing, but I am saying that it is not having a national impact, because when we watch how poverty is going, and
So
when
one individual can
No,
one
but
individual
you're
can't
missing the
do
point.
everything, but one
You're
individual can make a difference.
You're
yes, but I
missing
am
the
saying
point.
that from your standpoint, you believe that you are making a difference, and I can't fault you for that. But I am saying that when you look at the national picture, poverty is headed in the opposite direction to which you are inputting.
Because of the governance that we have.
Hold up.
Not
you
because of
you could blame anything, but
not
yes,
because
yes,
of me, not because of me not doing, but because
here's
of the
how
people that I am helping not appreciating their help or doing good with the help that they get.
Here's how I see it. All right, I see it. You're more interested in you pouring the water than the water being in the bucket and being useful.
Whose bucket? Whose bucket are we talking about?
It doesn't matter. I tell you though.
I'm being funny when I ask that question, you know.
Because George,
I'm trying to be funny when I ask that question.
George, the other day somebody was telling me that they're looking to help this guy Sticks, who has the days of healing, and he was getting ready to have his 78 days of healing. And I said, well, I have to ask myself, 78 days of healing, has the crime rate gone down? Has the murder rate gone down? What then are those 78? You could brag about you had 78 days of healing. Can you brag about any kind of result coming from that? Can you say, I can tell you that since this park next door to me has been here, and I don't want to get off into the bragging mode, that the crime rate in this community has gone down drastically. And the police will attest to that. When they were breaking into cars and stealing batteries and people getting killed and whatnot, a lot of that has subsided. I'm not going to say, oh, that will never happen again, and it's not happening even now to some degree. I'm saying that has been the product of my efforts, of which I am proud. This is what we want to look at. No, it's not. There's
Every
no
little
need for
help.
applause. Yeah.
No, sir. It's laudable. And every little help.
Yeah, but that wasn't the reason.
You can't deny that. You can't put that down. You can't.
Yeah, I'm not. But it's not the reason I'm pointing it out.
No.
I'm saying that we really have to look at the results. What's happening? You could have a school that has 20 students and is building and got up to 20,000 students, but the students coming out aren't good people. They're not skilled people. They're not learn much and nothing. Though the school is growing, the school is there, and school is allowing people to come in. I think at the end of the day, we have to look on things from different parameters, and it can not only be what you're putting into it, but what is coming out of it. And I don't know if you understand what I'm saying.
But that's an excellent point, Mr. Chair, because this thing with Sticks, I think it's a laudable effort when a young man, I don't know if he's from the ghetto, but definitely resident in the ghetto, is basically saying, I need to do something, but where I do. As a manager, I have to pose the hard question. Is your response, as well-intentioned as it is it having perhaps the desired impact that would benefit you, Sticks, and that would benefit society? And one of the fundamental flaws that I see is that Sticks is doing this, but we have no measure of success. Since this are your 78 days of healing, Sticks, as G. Mike is saying, how many lives do you think it has saved? Has it impacted the murder rate in your neck of the woods? How has it dealt with the issue of teenage pregnancy, for example? How has it dealt with the issue of poverty? There's something called income. You understand me, G Mike? So I think that when you embark on something, you need to have clearly measurable goals. And this is where I think that Sticks' initiative needs to be structured so that you don't go to the same people and say, all right, I need some goods, I need one bag of rice for you, and I need 10 pounds of flour for you because I want to have another day's of healing. What is it yielding? You see? So I don't think that Sticks should stop. I think that Sticks should be assisted in terms of saying, Sticks, man, make with that.
But there it is, and maybe the government, because government has a bunch of departments that deals with issues like that. Family and children, what do they do?
Yes.
Social department, what do they do?
What are the measurements that they're judged by?
Yes.
So
you see,
what are the milestones and the measurements?
You have this young man, Dara.
Yes.
He's a force for good, and he has done a lot of goods, but it's not being documented.
Yeah.
G Mike, we have to tell your story, and we have to tell Stick's story, G Mike, and tell it in such a way that we capture it in writing. I need to tell Mr. Brackett's story. He's basically saying that he has an initiative and he's seeing fruits of his labor. But if it's being documented, with whom it's being shared?
You can't document because it's a secret.
No, I don't want to.
No, sir. It's a private foundation. It's a private foundation sponsored by one, with no government help and no solicitation of funds for nobody else. But the benefits are being had and are being appreciated by those who are having it. Of course, those who are not having it, could also say, well, it didn't benefit me, so I don't see what it do for me, so it's irrelevant to me.
For posterity.
It's a different attitude.
For posterity. Mr. Chair, I like end on a good note, and I know they say you need to end now, but I think at some point we will. I think we have covered a lot of grounds. I think if I was the kind of listening public, I would say yes. The group of the chairman, Mr. Brackett, George Myvitt, and CY and
Gregory.
They have dealt with some important issues. They have not exhausted those topics, but I think there's definitely been a kind of learning experience for the public. I think the issue of the impacts of perhaps the shift in culture of the generation definitely need more ventilation. What I would get from it is that there has been at least two of the panelists whom have basically said, yes, there's change. There's a lot of challenges ahead. And one of the panelists is basically saying, listen, I'm injecting a lot of effort and I am seeing some good come out of it. That is, I think that would be the story from my perspective for tonight.
I think what will help, and this is one of the things I'd like to promote, sports. And I like half-court basketball and five-a-side football as opposed to the big court, long court, and big field, because it develops more camaraderie. I think sports is integral to growth. It creates character in people. When you not create character, it exposes character. So I think we need to promote it more. We're not doing it. I think the departments that we have in government, like you have a sports council, what do? They cannot be just appointed by the government at the day as a cushion job for some crony that needs to be rewarded. I think we have to have in the schools, every school should have enough room for sports and arts. They should have an area where I think one of the biggest things happened to Belize over the past couple of generations was the Festival of Arts. Big thing, because Belizeans now are more able to express themselves. We can sit here in front of a microphone and speak. There are times when, and even now, there are many people who will and have, they just can't express it. They don't have the confidence in themselves, which is what is necessary, and it comes from sports and arts. education, the 3 R's are very important, but there's more to it than to education than that. I think we need to start having competition between schools, even between districts, between constituencies, because it's a natural thing for human beings to compete with one another. When we don't create our
Mr.
own
Chairman?
constructive competitions, we will then see them pick up guns and create their own competition in turf wars, etc. out there. Yeah, Brackett, what were you saying?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
Sports is very important, as you indicated. Education is also critically important, as you mentioned. And there's a whole lot of other things that are also critically important.
True.
One among them is food.
Is who?
Too many of our children are going to school hungry,
Okay.
getting home after school hungry, having no parents at home. Like when I used to go to school, for example, then, you know, as we get home, my granny have something to eat, no care what. Something she can find something to eat before we have to go back to school. Kids today, too many of them, their families are not able to support them economically with food, with clothes, with whatever they need, and therefore they just run the streets, because sometimes some of the family, for example, maybe a father or a mother is taking care of them, or maybe the mother is taking care of them, but because the father is gone somewhere or is absent, and the mother have to go and work in order to provide for the payment of rent or food or whatever the school need the kid have. At the end of the day, there's so much suffering going on in the society in so many different ways that people are just barely scratching out a survival situation. And if kids are going to school hungry, and the school are not having any feeding program or any means of being able to help those kids, and not all the teachers could bring food and share with all the kids them when they know they're in a class or hungry. Some of them do. All these things are critical elements of our society as we try to pull our society out of the situation that it has gone into so many different times over. As soon as we get out of the economic situation, we get in a COVID situation. As soon as we come out of COVID, we get in another situation. You know, it's like there's no reprieve. I know the economic situation, as Mr. Merritt would have probably indicated to us tonight, speaking on the economy, he would have probably told us that the economy is probably getting a little better, but not for everybody. Just for the few. A lot of people are making a lot of money here in Belize. And a lot of people are, like you said, I think the last time I made mention about some people that are dying of hunger. They're not necessarily dropping out there like flies, but you know how much people go to bed at night without nothing to eat and hoping that morning will come, that they will find a way out there to, you know, figure out how to get a pack of noodle or something, you know, or go to some other relative goes to school or something. Yeah. People are suffering.
They are, Mr. Brackett. And again, you know, I know. I guess we get ready for close-up at some point.
Right.
I just wanted to make the point, Mr. Chair, that we kick the state of the Belize economy down the road, but I want to add insult to injury by saying that I don't know if you hear this expression in relation to the Yellow Brick Road. It's a reference to the Chinese vision of development, and it goes back to the 1940s. And basically, the concept of the Yellow Brick Road is that you need to empower your people through whatever means so that they could go to the other level. The Chinese also brought a term that they basically said that you need to do a number of fundamental things to do what they refer to as a great leap forward. The Chinese society now is in the throes of that great leap forward, Mr. Chair. And so for next week, Mr. Chair, I want to propose to you that we have an open session on what we see as the great leap forward for Belize. And we could chapter it off and say the economy might be one thing. We spend our time on the economy. We could chapter it off and we could say, we could talk about sports. What do we need to do to get this great leap forward for Belize? We could look at the arts, Mr. Chair. We could look at volunteerism. We could look at jobs. How do you create jobs? The great leap forward. You see, so I just to throw that out to you, Mr. Chair, that for next week, maybe we could have an overall goal of addressing the issue of the great leap forward for Belize. The great
all right.
leap forward.
It's about 9:15, 17 minutes after to be exact. It's been a fruitful discussion. I think we've getting a few things fleshed out. Gregory was not able to stick with us all the way through. I think if completely with the Giovanni problem. I'm happy that we are able, the way it started out, like when I met quorum tonight, but we did well. And I want to wish you guys a happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you,
Again,
sir.
for one, I am a person that believes that we all have a lot to give thanks for, and that it should be a worldwide event, not just an American event or a Belizean event, but something that worldwide, the whole world would take that day and say, let us give thanks for whatever we have to give thanks for. And poor indeed is the man who has absolutely nothing to say thank you for. And yes, you could say, well, and people will tell you, I do it every day. I give thanks every day. Yeah, but to take some time aside, put time aside and take time to say, to let that be the focus of your day. I want to be grateful today. I hope that at some point we understand it. I mean, when I say we, the Belizean people, of course, would see the wisdom in doing that. Being grateful. Like again, you mentioned, Mr. Brockett, this year we gone through a hurricane. Not one life was lost, and that is quite unusual. I really believe that Belize is a blessed country. I remember the year when Hurricane Mitch which was a Category 5. If that had continued on the way Lisa continued, and we made attack. I don't know where man did it right now, and this country may still build from that. But because of that, we got spared, and we get spared more often than not. Every year we're in Licks Way, we're in Hurricane Belt as such, and
Hurricane Alley.
Hurricane Alley, if you want to call it that. But certainly we're vulnerable, and if you get spared, there's no doing about ones, because man can do nothing about natural disasters but suffer through them. So happy Thanksgiving, guys, and we'll see you next week.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
CY, thanks a lot for your facilitation. Respect every time. Thanks and praises.
Respect to everybody. God bless. Thank you, Mr. CY.
Thank you, Mr. CY, for facilitating.